Guys, I just realized that the video that's currently playing, there's a person swimming in the water, and the water is so similar to the water I already have for my UI. So it's perfect. Hello, everyone. It's a bit breezy in my room. Let me get like a light jacket or a cardigan. You guys want to hear something fun? And when I mean fun, I feel like I really toss around the term fun a lot. I really don't want it to lose its meaning because it is a fun word, but I guess one way to describe it is, hello everyone, hi. So, I have this jar right here. Now you may be wondering to yourself, saying, why do you have a jar with you? As a matter of fact, this jar contains something. A part of me, you could say. And not metaphorical, a literal part of me. Because one time when I was eating my food, there was a sickening crunch I heard at the back of my mouth. And I was like, must have been a chicken bone or two. And just like, navigating, taking the bone out, okay, later. As I was brushing my teeth and just kind of like, you try to feel in the back, try to make sure that there's no unruly guests, up in your house. And there's like there was a big old chunk of my back tooth missing, and I was like, where'd it go? And so I went through the napkin that I put the chicken bone in, and now, I am not 100% sure this is a human bone, aka my tooth, but you be the judge. It looks like this, and it definitely was in my mouth as I was eating, so it's either the chicken bone or a part of my tooth. Now, it is pretty smooth, so I'm tempted to think it is a tooth part, and I did do the big boy thing and call my dentist, so I'm going to meet with them and hopefully get that settled. I don't know, get them glued back in my stuff. But yeah, that was I've never chipped a tooth before, so it was one of those like, what do I do? But luckily it's not chipped so deep that it's like touching the nerves and it's like, oh, it's bad. It's not that bad. It's just kind of like a good chunk was taken out, but not enough that it hit the core, So now if I feel back there, it's just the space, but it doesn't actually hurt or anything, which is nice. I feel like a chicken bone has certain fragility and porousness to it. Maybe you're right, underscore. Maybe I should try chewing on this bone tooth. It feels like chewing on a rock. And I feel like human teeth are definitely capable of breaking human teeth, so I'm not gonna try doing that again, but it definitely has the mouth texture of a rock rather than like typical bone. So there's a good chance it be my own teeth. So regardless, that's gonna be taken care of. It's all good. Anyway, hello everyone. Just wanted to give an update on stuff that's happening with me. I am not a very exciting person. I don't do enough for exciting things to happen in my life. So whenever mundane tragedy strikes me, I always find it so remarkable, both how mundane it is and how relatively infrequent it is too. So you gotta hold on to those little moments that help you feel human, even if they're things that you would only really say on a stream to a Twitch audience and maybe your coworker and no one else. But anyway, hello everybody, hi. I hope everyone is doing alright. I'm doing good. I think if you aren't familiar with where the fuck is my tablet pen? Oh, there it is. If you aren't familiar with the ChromaSynth side of things, I have been focusing on a lot of different aspects of it, I'm not gonna lie. But most visibly, the side comics, and not only have they been a joy to make, they have also been received fairly well. So I thought it'd be fun to quickly sketch up a comic that I could complete on stream, especially since they are simple enough that I could honestly just complete it on stream. So we are here, and I am going to preemptively... Oh, the map of America! I forgot I was gonna do that too! So, a good friend and contributor to Everything I Love, Safi, has suggested to me that I integrate the map part of the old Chromosynth website onto the new one, because that is probably the only significant piece that is missing, mostly because the map UI that I put into the old site is a placeholder, so it's literally just this picture with, you know, in Ujin's phone. So I didn't feel right about putting it on the new site, because I've been pretty squeaky clean about having my website be full of either stuff made by me or royalty-free, copyright-free original stuff. And so I think maybe that's the main reason why this hasn't transferred. And so if I do find the motivation to essentially trace a map of the United States in order to use it for my own lore reasons, I think that's fine. It doesn't count. It's not like the bad kind of tracing, right? I've been so engrossed in the art community for so long that the idea of remaking a map by tracing over someone else's map still strikes me with a sense of, am I stealing someone else's work? But at the same time, this is like, it's like tracing a molecule, you know? Like, no one owns the design of a molecule, you know? So this is probably fine, right? Yeah, that's probably right. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing okay. I've been doing a lot of futzing around with HTML lately. Those who know will see the fruits of my labor, but specifically HTML when it comes to different ways you can play with website elements. And it's been really fun, honestly. It is definitely great that there are a lot of resources online where I can just see their code, copy it, and then use that as a template to get across the idea and the utility that I desire. It's nice, is what I'm trying to say. Yes, 20. I believe that's the... I feel like a part of me is the slightest bit conscious of how much the quote-unquote style has changed, even in the, 6 comics I've drawn, but because I'm forcing myself to focus on quantity over the utmost quality, it's not actually bothering me as much as I thought it would, which is nice. Tracing a map is probably fine. I don't think people will expect you to draw the boundaries of a whole country freehand. Would it be considered, like, sacrilegious in a nationalist way to freehand a country's borders? Because, like, wouldn't it be the most patriotic to accurately, you know, with the graphing tools, make sure it's replicated as accurately as possible? Also, thank you, Goose. They look really good. Thank you. I mean, I did get some good feedback when I was first experimenting with it, because as much as I wanted to emphasize it being relatively simple in this kind of chibi style, particularly you can tell with this brush. This brush is very, you know, I only need like one sketch and it's done. But specifically how I like it, I make the little hair highlights, I color in the lines. I understand the concern of that, like pushing it for something that is supposed to be rough and messy, but I think still adding those little touches that gives it the polish, it makes me feel good about putting it out there. Believe me, I would love to put out a comic that is literally just this, just the sketchiest visually incoherent ideas ever, but in order to make it out there, you have to add a little bit of polish. That is the unfortunate reality of the situation. Also, Goose, I saw your sketch of Beanix and Trucy. It's so cute. It's so cute. I know we haven't had a ton of Phoenix in our playthrough. I mean, obviously he's had a spotlight in the final case and in the first case, but for the most part, he's been really taking a back seat. But it doesn't... That doesn't mean that whenever I see art of Phoenix being a dad to Trucy, I still won't go like, oh, you know, there's something about watching a man that we've played as for a bit turn into like a adult in a paternal way. There's something so charming about that, and it's like, wait, Trucy, right? That means my man, or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, even though he is a fictional character, I feel compelled to say that I am proud of Phoenix Wright for who he has become. Even though, for all intents and purposes, he is still sort of a bum. But I know for story reasons he will show his trump card and, you know, reign as the GOAT of Ace Attorney, as he always is. Hi, saying I am going to listen to stream as I clean this damn place. Are you doing like a whole house cleaning situation? Damn. I commend anyone who uses the weekend as the time to start cleaning, because I do that too, but that doesn't make it any easier to do it. So good on you for getting on that. Man, I should be getting cleaning too. Like cleaning as in, like, I've been organizing my Pokemon cards lately, and I just have piles of Pokemon cards on the floor, and so before stream I'm just like, excuse me, and just stepping around them, and that obviously cannot suffice as my living situation for too long. I have to clean them up, but, you know. The nice thing about having a room by yourself is that no one will complain if there's a pile of Pokemon cards on the floor. Also, I don't know about you guys, but Ujin, I've always enjoyed sketching Ujin with shorter hair. The way their hair buns are situated always makes the lack of not feel that wrong. Especially since this is just how I draw them anyway. This is always, you know, the base, and then the hair buns come afterwards. But even without them, just boop. I wish you got to interact more with Trucy in the actual game. Yeah, I understand that the game has to build up Apollo and Trucy, and it would in some ways weaken Apollo's, you know, reliability if Phoenix was around being like the guy who solves everything. But I just think, as much as, you know, Apollo is great as the protag, Phoenix in this new stage in his life is so interesting that I still want Phoenix again. I mean, luckily we're going to have more of him. The series will return to being called Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney and all that. Well, not Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, but you know. We're gonna play as Phoenix again. That is hardly a spoiler. So, you know. I shan't be the man who was too greedy, because imagine being the person in the Ace Attorney fandom going, why can't we have more Phoenix Wright stuff? Oh. Meanwhile, there's a billion characters that have appeared for one case, and that's it. Greedy. Mom is tired and was in the kitchen while I was at work. She is now tired, so I will do the cleanup. Ah, okay. So is it like a cleaning of a food kind of tired? I understand. Also, it's important that the way to draw Ujin's hair is that she has the anime bang rules, and that wherever she's facing will always have the sticky outy bang. I feel like an anime that particularly does this is like Detective Conan or something, where it's like the character always looks like pa-chow, 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 chow. I tricked you. I just drew an angry bird. Anyway, but yeah. I'm not going to reveal the punchline or even the premise of this comic yet, because as someone who has, made the comics, it actually gets less funny the more you linger on it / think about it. So I'm going to let it be fresh in all of your minds by not revealing it as much as possible. This is a favor for you guys, by the way. Soon there will be Athena! The Athena! Oh, I'm so excited for the Athena. From what I can tell, because... Okay, we're just gonna talk about Ace Attorney now. Just heads up. But the main difference between Apollo and Phoenix, which I really like as a difference, is that Apollo very much feels like a young upstart and a very lawful upstart. Like, he's very by the books. He gets frustrated when more is asked of him. And yes, Phoenix got frustrated too, but he kind of acclimated to it fairly easily. But with Apollo, he seems very grounded in, like, he would go actually, And that's a very fun contrast to Phoenix's sort of every guy protagonist energy. Athena, from what I've seen, she is a little bit quirky. She is kind of like a classic Ace Attorney quirky female character, but I think she is also relatively competent and has deep lore of her own. So again, looking forward to her, and also looking forward to her hot, sexy prosecutor rival. Woo! Listen, this is none of my business, and this is also for the future, but can I just say, we had these hot, steamy rivalries in almost every Ace Attorney game. We had Apollo and Clavier, Phoenix and Miles, Ryunosuke and Kazuma, and Ryunosuke Barrick, not really. It's more of a kind of an older thing, but like, when you have a guy, I believe his name is Simon Blackwell, and he's one of the sexiest we've seen, why did we have to... Sorry. Again, this is just truly... This isn't like a critique. This is just yelling at the clouds like an old man of like, why did you make it inherently unacceptable to engage in this potential fun dynamic because of the way things are set up? And I'm not saying it's a flaw with the game, and I respect where they went with it. I'm just like, damn it. Oh well. I'm sure there's plenty of men to ship Simon with, as I've seen in fan art. Many dish to wash and dry, and many food to put away. Safi, are you in a household where you do not use the dishwasher? Because of immigrant reasons? There's nothing weird implied between... No, Goose, I am not saying that... How do I say this? The only thing I am saying is that a part of me wishes they continued the same age rivalry with the romantic tension that fans kind of built up for those characters, because in a bubble, in the outside, I think that kind of dynamic would be fun. I respect that that's not what they did, and I'm not saying, like, oh, fuck them, they messed... I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, for me personally, I don't know. Especially since Athena feels very like Maho, like shoujo. She feels magical girly in a way, especially because like she's so space themed. I think it would have been so fitting to give her a prosecutor rival who sort of fit in that shoujo kind of like, like the male rival who's like stuck up or antagonistic, but like she's the hero, like something like that. Again, truly, I'm just rambling. This is Sangled wish fulfillment. I am not making any commentary on the game that is like, I hate that they made this choice, because I don't know enough to make that critique. All I'm saying is that I know enough to know their general dynamic, and it's such a difference from the other prosecutor defense attorney dynamics, is that a part of me is like, it'd be nice if it wasn't that, because then I could enjoy my het gem, is all I'm trying to say. But anyway, I am excited for Dual Destinies, because honestly, I've heard mixed things about it, but Ace Attorney games are, if nothing but if mixed bags, honestly. As peak as some select moments may be, I'm not gonna lie, like, there is not an... Investigations 2 was really good. Anyway, maybe that is the exception, honestly. I would argue that Investigations was almost better than the Great Ace Attorney, but it's been too long for me to make a definitive statement on that. Anyway, lordy. But yeah, most games are pretty, like, you gotta get through the low lows to get to the high highs, you know? So, I've heard Dual Destinies is a little bit polarizing. My brother, who is an Apollo Justice head, as well as a Great Ace Attorney head, does not have nice things to say about it, but, that doesn't mean that I won't still give it a fair shot. As well as all of the people who are going to be playing with me, as I'm sure. A third of these dishes need washing. Oh my gosh. What happened in this kitchen? Oh my gosh. One of my favorite parts about drawing Ujin is the ever-present presence of Gigi, and it's fun just placing them on Ujin somewhere. Just crawling over them like a bug. Maybe part of it is that I so rarely draw non-human entities that Gigi being one that is so simple and at this point automatic for me, I'm like, I gotta put in my points. I gotta demonstrate my cred as much as possible. By the way, this comic is going to be the first one of the side comics that actually is a continuation of a previous one. I have several comics that are sketched and lined up. If you guys didn't know, I've been sketching a bunch of potential future comics, so I have a pretty sizable backlog. Though they feature more side characters than main characters, so I'm letting them take a bit, because I would be a bad creator if I let the side characters immediately swallow up the screen time. But yeah, I want to make comics like mini, you could say mini arcs, even though arc is a very generous way to describe it, in that the comics are still standalone, but kind of like, you know, in those Sunday strips in cartoons, in comics, in newspaper comics, I mean, where there is a kind of mini arc, but every standalone comic kind of in the first panel sums up the situation from the previous comic, so you can still follow along even if you didn't read the previous one. So again, I'm taking a lot of inspiration from those newspaper comics because I honestly love them a lot. And in another life, were I born maybe 20 years previous to 1999, I would probably be an aspiring newspaper comic artist. That was that generation's Disney animator. Congratulations, all. I'm still getting Digital Circus fandom stuff, and I'm not quite ready to let it go wholly. Like, there are certain fandoms that I've engaged with for a bit, and then I'm like, alright, I'm done, and I've just kind of, you know, plucked it and thrown it away. But with Digital Circus, I'm still finding myself a little fond, so it's probably gonna stick around for a bit. Enough so that, if you'll excuse me, I have to make a visual demonstration. It was on a shelf at Target, and I found myself overcome with a maternal-like emotion. So I, in fact, did buy a little Ragatha plush, because I think out of all the plushes, she actually looks kind of good with the yarn hair and everything. Look at her. Like sometimes I think to myself, like, I don't buy figurines, I don't go out of my way to buy plushies and all that, but like every time I look at her, I do get struck with like, oh my god, like dopamine, and so that's why I think this was a good investment, you know? It just makes me happy looking at her. She's kind of a fire design. I think that's something I'll always give credit to the show for. Not that it's not ever weird to see Digital Circus or any internet stuff at Target, by the way. Just like Poppy, every now and then I'll still see Poppy Playtime smiling. They're not called smiling friends, they're called smiling critters. What the fuck? They're the Care Bear looking guys. But I still see plush of them, but specifically the plush in which they look like this. And I'm like, who would buy this? Like, maybe if you have your favorite Blorbo in the animal bunch, but otherwise they look so ugly. God, at least the Digital Circus guys look like, you know, it's like a Toy Story effect. They're designed to be cartoon, like, toy stuff. But why would you take the version of the smiling critters where they look like demons? I do not understand. Okay, that should be good for this panel. Fujin's facial expression is peak. This one or this one? Because a lot of they're making kind of like the same expressions around here. But yeah, oh, the posture. Just the hunchest back. Both, thank you. You are too kind. And a nice trick about these comics in what is allowing me to maintain their simplicity, as well as a bit of stylisticness, is that I've made myself have this pen size to be at 20, which is actually quite large. Like, the heaviest it gets is this heavy, which is very thick. So I am intentionally, like, making quick, small lines, which allows me to draw them a lot faster than if they were, like, this small and this precise. People are loving the latest comic, by the way. It's kind of funny. I will thank people for saying, you know, like, I knew your comic would blow up. I knew we would get, and I appreciate that. I truly The reason why I'm pumping these out so quickly is that I truly believe that it's not going to take until like the dozens for people to really catch on, because it helps to have a good backlog for people to trust that, oh, you know, this person is making consistent content. So I can, you know, I can trust that what they're going to make next, I have a lot of examples to build from. And if I ever get bored, I have this backlog to go through, you know? So that's why I'm just making a bunch. I'm not like sacrificing quality over quantity by any means, but I'm more so prioritizing. I have my eyes on a like a number, not a specific number, mind you, but just like a bigger number every time. And so whenever one just kind of gets big out of nowhere, I'm always so surprised, because usually when my art blows up, it's because a very specific person with like several thousand followers retweeted it, and then that obviously spreads it to different people. But when it comes to my side comics, I don't think I've seen like particularly notable people with like specific followings retweet them, and yet it seems like they're getting a good amount of attention, so I'm just more confused than anything on how that's been happening. But regardless, I mean, it's nice and I appreciate it. People, I like being validated by numbers on social media when it comes to this original stuff, because one, it proves that people don't just like my stuff because a specific character they know or a fandom they're in has drawn them to it. So that you're already overcome a specific hurdle of the OC art, the original art and all that. And second, because the comics are so funny, comics are actually, and I could go on about this for a bit, making funny haha internet comics is actually a lot harder than you think. And I'm not trying to say that to say, woe is I, for I have embarked on the most toiling of labor. I am not saying that. I am saying that in order to make a funny comic that actually, you know, strikes with a lot of people because it's either funny or cromulent or whatever, it actually takes a lot of focus on, okay, what is the idea I want to convey? What is the best way to convey it? And doing that with both visuals and text as well as comic composition is actually, it's like a weird fucking lab concoction of things. And that's why I always like study good comic artists, because their ability to convey humor and ideas through art, writing, and the synthesis of both through comics is honestly incredible. I could only like dream that the comics I make are enough to warrant that kind of admiration. Comedy is so much harder to write than drama. I would say they're both definitely tricky. And with comedy in particular, I've seen people sort of dog on Toby Fox lately for his type of humor that is present in Deltarune now and then, and I don't blame them, because sometimes the humor can be a little... Hey guys, Roblox. You know? One thing I can give to Toby Fox, to his credit, is that because his comedy is so inherently like nonsense, like the kind of humor in which they will spell things wrong or use the wrong grammar or put the comma in the wrong way is the same humor that allows Toby Fox to get away with references that don't wholly hinge on them being references. It can also hold itself by the strength of the absurdity, which is honestly key to making a good reference joke. Like, when Noelle says, oh, were you making a reference just now, Susie, at the, like, Among Us joke in chapter 4? I actually really like how it was done, because it wasn't in a way yes, if you know Among Us, it does come off as like, oh, alright, man, you're doing it. But if you're not familiar, you're just as confused as Susie, who replies with like, huh? What do you mean? And it, even if you don't get the reference, it still functions as like a Noelle is being nerdy and probably is more into obscure internet stuff than it appears, which is like it's a way to highlight that part of her character rather than stop everything. They're making an Among Us joke, you know? There's so much of Undertale Deltarune that I saw as punchlines coming or wasn't phased. Yeah, I will say that that is something that has weakened Toby Fox's humor over time, is that I'm not saying it's the humor is like it's done. He hasn't got it. But there's definitely a weakening that has occurred over time. Because there are some things where I can see where Toby Fox can still manage to surprise me comedically, and so I can give him that, definitely. Don't get me wrong, I will still glaze Toby Fox when it comes to like general writing stuff, because that man still got it, like in general. But for specific jokes, it does come off as like, alright, old man. There's only so much Quirk Chungus we can endure. But to be fair, for certain jokes I didn't laugh at, I saw streamers that I liked laughing hysterically at them, and so in those moments I was like, maybe it's not for me, you know? If these jokes manage to make like someone laugh and go like, I love this game, maybe that's what the joke is for. It doesn't have to be for me every time. You know? I will say that one point of comedic evolution that I do want to highlight for Toby Fox is his absolute refusal to acknowledge anime as bluntly as he did in Undertale, because in Undertale anime was like, dude, what if anime was real? It's very 2016 in a way, that kind of humor, but now it's less about like pointing out the A word all the time and more so about, you know, being more subtle about it, which I can appreciate a lot more, because I think even then I didn't really laugh at the anime is real jokes, and also mostly because I think the jokes often were at Alphys' expense, and I found them kind of like hard to sit through more than anything. But not that Alphys is a bad character, it's just, wow, does she get the short end of the stick, writing-wise, when it comes to the other characters. And I mean that as in, like, she isn't... The way she's allowed to be fun and enjoyable is significantly less fun and enjoyable compared to the other characters. But I digress. When did I start this? Oh yeah, I was saying that making comics and just in general conveying humor in a, I would say in a succinct way, is also very impressive to me. One thing that I have been keeping in mind when it comes to these comics is if I feel that there are too many words in a panel, I will make the extra effort to try to declutter it. Because there are comics that just denied a bot. There are comics that I really like that do go lore-y, but the panels, like imagine this is the panel, right? Like, oh, so this is the character, and this is the character, and this is the text. Like, it's so much text. And listen, I don't mean to say that like everyone has their own kind of expression, and I understand needing text to overcome visuals in some aspects, because sometimes you just gotta explain things and have people say things. But I will say in general, I would I like it when comics take advantage of the fact that it is a visual medium above all else. Like the reason why my Chromosynth main comic is formatted the way it is because it's a lot of dialogue. And so there are specifics, the visuals and the writing is cordoned off from each other. So there is never like imagine if that was a comic. It would just be text, 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 text everywhere. It just wouldn't be fun. So that's just something I try to keep in mind. Just make the panel bigger. Oh, you're right. Make the panel bigger and then even more text for the eye. Wonderful. But anyway, that kind of like criticism, I feel like I say stuff like that a lot in which like there isn't like a wrong way to do it, but it feels like there's a better way to do it from that. It's kind of like when I was talking about making character playlists and I'm like, yeah, it's like a personal exercise and you do it out of love and don't let me tell you what to do. But also there's like kind of like like, you know, you should try to aim for this and not this, you know? It's hard to levy critique at things that are ultimately made for the love because I hate for it to seem like, well then love better, you know? I think things that you do out of love can still be looked at with like, how can this be improved, you know? In a you know, in an appreciative way, not in a this is an inferior piece of art because of this, you know? I think in general, it's important to look at things with critique in mind, because I think that way of engaging with stuff, as a matter of fact, you know, some people might think, well, if you're always gonna critique everything, nothing's ever gonna be fun. I have fun critiquing things! I think being able to analyze things makes it fun to enjoy, because then I'm able to appreciate good things way more. Like, if I just, like, blindly consume things, like, I enjoyed that, I did that, like, yeah, like, things would be simple and all, but because I am able to distinguish what, you know, what truly, like, made an impact, or what did this well, or what ideas it was trying to do, it's not just me being a negative Nancy and trying to find the negatives in everything, it's more so, it's trying to look at art as in, it's never... The point is never to question, like, why was this made? This never should have been made. But more like, hey, okay, this was made. What can we get out of it? You know? Who knew that being a Steven Universe fan when I was a teenager would be what led me to my vocal, pro-art critique mindset in my adulthood? I do think a good thing about comics is that they encourage people to write more concisely. Yes, exactly! I think that's a good way of putting it. I think, yeah, especially because when we think of comics, we usually think of things in syndication. Not that, you know, that's always the case, but in general, comics, like when comics go long, it can definitely feel, long as in like the chapter or the page itself goes long, you can feel it like, how can you justify that? And so making it short is, you know, I don't know how to put it into words. I haven't done comics enough to be like the comic analyzer. Hey everybody's, I'm the comic analyzer. I analyze it so you don't have to. Anyway. It just gets kind of exhausting to overanalyze it. See, the issue there, sorry, is that you overanalyze it. Like, yeah, it's exhausting for me to overeat, but it doesn't mean that I should stop eating. Everything should be good in moderation. I think we can all agree on that. getting really into Family Guy these days, aren't you? Sorry. I saw some stuff in the Discord about Family Guy, and I was like, something must have prompted this. Though, to be fair, every now and then I see the wildest out-of-context Family Guy scenes on Twitter used as reaction videos by gay people, which I'm like, yes, reclaim that culture, king, they, or whatever. But I don't know, Seth MacFarlane in general is just an interesting... I wish... Is there a video out there in which someone analyzes Seth MacFarlane's, like, confusing political ideology? And I don't mean confusing as in, like, it is a mystery what this man believes, but, like, just made a real, like, dissection of, like, okay, this man and his art, because he clearly is... I can give the man his flowers as someone who loves animation and art and film. Ooh, I love Kids Next Door. Oh. Man. Kids Next Door technically shouldn't have been the show for me, because I was like a goody two-shoes kid. I mean, I wasn't good at everything, but at the very least, the general mindset was, you know, listen to your parents. So watching Kids Next Door, which was probably one of the most, like, anarcho shows to come out, it's saying, like, fuck the adults, use your imagination, playtime is forever, youth is awesome. And I was like, this is, like, cool in a spunky American way. I don't know why they hate their vegetables so much. Vegetables kind of rules. They had this whole episode about the spinach inquisition, and I'm like, I don't know what they got against spinach. I like spinach in my soup. And that's when I kind of came to terms with the cultural divide between white Americans and everyone else, aka non-white Americans, and that they just don't know how to cook vegetables right, and me liking vegetables as a kid is not a sign that I failed as an American. It's more so that a sign that my parents succeeded in cooking vegetables. Spinach Inquisition is a good joke. Hey, I didn't say it wasn't. It's a good one. There's so many jokes in Kids Next Door that are just solely made for the adults to watch and go, ah, you know? Like, what kid would parse any of that, you know? You really ship number 82 and number 2? Wait, number 82. Which one was that? Oh, like number 86 was the... I think she was Scottish? I think that was 86. Who the fuck was number 82? Fake fan alert. Was that 82 like a one-off? I don't know. I like number 5 and number 2. I was very much a ship purist when I was younger, and whenever they showed, like, canon hinting, I'm like, hell yeah, I want some of that. Just the most vanilla, basic ones. Dude, you're the fake fan! Wait, did they, like, even meaningfully interact? I feel like I've seen more ship of her and the blonde leader than any Kids Next Door Sector V member. Basic ass 3 and 4 shipper. I didn't even see your arrow for a second, Safi, that pointed at yourself, and I thought you were calling me out. In which, you know what? If it has to happen, it has to happen, because I'm here. I can take it. Dude, number 3 and 4 was my first... Actually, actually, can I even say that? I feel like a lot of people say like they were my first OTP, but the history of me and the shipping worms goes back pretty far, so I can't even say for sure if they were the first. But before there was like stuff to look up on the internet, I think I definitely liked them a lot. Like, I feel like the phase in my life where I could look up couple stuff on the internet was like almost the early middle period of my shipping brain, and before that, when it was just me and my thoughts, I think, yeah, they were probably somewhere there. $362, that's her name. Yeah, I believe her name is Rachel. Yeah, I know my stuff. I wish they didn't make Nigel's actual girlfriend so bad. I think I've seen, back when I was in the Kids Next Door fandom, as in, like, you know, classic teens and grown-ass people liking a show for children type stuff, making posts saying, it sucks that, like, one of the examples of larger body representation in this show is basically the mean girlfriend trope, and the joke a lot of the times is that she is overbearing and undesirable. And I think you can make a fair critique on that, even though it's not a wholly, you know, it's not a wholly terrible character. I do like that part of her dynamic with number one is that he genuinely likes her. Like, there isn't a like, oh, my wife who sucks, you know, that kind of dynamic you see in straight ships sometimes, where it's like, I'm only with her because I guess we make each other miserable and that's the appeal. But, like, Nigel's, you know, like for her seems genuine, and I think that's a point to the show's, you know, being good in that aspect. Chromosynth is awesome. I wish colors were real. Yes! Colors were invented in 2019 when Sang Sangold of DeviantArt fame made the illustration Spectrum Squad, in which she posted 12 characters with their own unique colors. Never before has the world seen up to 12 colors at a time. It was truly revolutionary, and science will always thank her for her endeavors. I don't let Gigi emote a lot because it's kind of fun to play with a blank face, but the few times I do, I like it. I have fun. You're always so mad. Well, to be fair, if you were stuck with someone like Ujin for basically the rest of your, you know, sentient existence, you would kind of always be pissed off too. The writers very clearly made her to be annoying because she's a girl. Yeah. I will say that, you know, again, love Kids Next Door. It's one of my favorite kid shows. It is not free from classic misogyny of girls are written a different way because girls are this and boys are this. And listen, yes, there are episodes in which girls display competence and boys are able to be feminine, and, you know, it's less about, like, superiority over the other, and it's still vying for equality, but it still has that gender essentialist, like, this is a girly thing and this is a boyish thing, which is, you know, it's a product of its time in that sense. It's so like classic kids, like grungy, dirty stuff. So of course it's gonna be like that. So, you know, I understand if on rewatch it can very much seem like, whoa, this is an old show that can come off like that. But I still love it very much. Oh my god! Apollo, this image you sent! Yo! You know what? I've been posting these on Instagram, and the way Instagram works is that I don't even know how if this is good for the algorithm. I just do it because it's fun. But you can post images in a gallery format where if you just keep swiping, you just get more images. And so like it's fun to just swipe and see people post like shit posts and stuff alongside their art. And so what I've been doing for my comics is just posting one that is slightly relevant to it. And I think when I post this one, this will be the image. I will make sure of it. Thank you, Apollo. I I could never run out of rat-related reaction images. What's up with Instagram quirk posting? I don't know. I think it's just the idea of it's nice to just Instagram is one of those few social medias in which posting a bunch of stuff in one post actually doesn't detract from it. If anything, it actually adds to it because it just gives you more stuff. So a lot of artists take the opportunity to just like cram a bunch of like different sketches and shit posts and stuff. And it's like, yay, I get stuff, you know? It's like opening a gift box and there's just more stuff, you know? I don't know how else to describe it. I think I made Gigi 2 ears in this one. They're 2 ears. I have to make their head bigger. Do you have a comfort show that you watch whenever you're depressed? Comfort show. I feel like maybe this is a show of my generation, but I watch YouTube is a thing that I always go to as a thing to watch and listen to rather than a show because YouTube is something I can play on my phone. And the phone is a nice side thing to have for any position, as opposed to a show in which I have to be sitting at a computer for it. So, like, I have comfort, like, YouTubers that I watch, and maybe, like, games and playthroughs and video essays and whatnot. This might sound really weird, but watching people react to BoJack is kind of a comfort of mine, because I like BoJack a lot, and whenever I see it, I'm like reminded of how good it is and where it succeeds and where it fails, and it just reminds me of the beauty of, you know, like art and expression, you know? That format of Instagram is also really nice for multi-page comics. It is, isn't it? Like I used to make comics for fandoms where it's not even in a panel, it's just drawing in a square illustration, and that in itself is one panel. And having that format on Instagram where you just like swipe, it's like it's really nice. And you know, say shit about Instagram all you like, it's not a bad place formatting wise for an artist. In fact, it's one of the better ones, even though I won't say that it's like the best for growth as an artist, though you can definitely find your footing there. Like, I have a decent following on Instagram for some reason. So, yeah. I also might get worse if I watch BoJack Horseman in a bad headspace. Oh yeah, like, I'm not saying y'all should do what I do. I'm saying that I'm familiar with BoJack enough that even when it gets to like a bad point, I can somewhat distance myself from it and appreciate it as a piece of art more than something that tells me what to do, if that makes sense. I guess just in general, what shows do I just like rewatch? I don't really watch a lot of shows. I think that's my problem. I should watch more shows. Okay, time to work on a very rare kind of Ujin face in which they are expressing deep sadness in a very sincere and serious manner. This is the kind of face I could only get away with in a side comic and then not the main comic. I mean, I wouldn't say that like for sure, but it feels like one of those faces that is like, oh yeah, this is the filler episode kind of face. There are entire albums I can't revisit because they were my personality when I was 14. Honestly, there are some songs that I can't listen to in the modern day because, like you said, all I can think about is like that era of me. It's not even a bad era, it's just so far away that the feeling is like depersonalizing, weirdly. Like, it's not that I don't want to think of myself then, it's like I don't want to think of the gap between me and myself then. It's like when you make a song your alarm sound and it ruins it because you know associate it. I did that when I was in high school. I was like, I'm gonna make my favorite song my wake up song, so I will always be woken up with the feeling of yes, it's my song. And I don't even remember what song I did it for the first couple times because it just became the alarm song, and so my advice is to not do that. My alarm is just the default Samsung. What is it? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. So just there's a very specific TikTok that plays on this, but anyway, it's that song. So your bitch ass up. Anyway. Yeah, I've all my alarms are default alarm sounds, and yes, if I hear them in any context, I will like slightly panic internally. But at the very least, I'm distanced from it, you know. You guys can't read the dialogue here, but imagine it's the most gut-wrenching, personal lore that you have ever could imagine for Ujin. And then, your guesses will be answered once I get to the text, which is later. There are sweet spots of alarm clock sounds where it's too pleasant, you won't wake up. But if it's too aggressive, you wake up feeling pissed. I mean, yeah. I understand that. Can't forget Ujin's, little eye bags. It's funny going to the more realistic style in the middle of, like, Chibi Central. You've enjoyed playing Legend Z? Hey! Ooh, Totodile and Chikorita. No love for Tepig? Like, Tepig is cute, but I'm not gonna lie. I am the type of coward where, like, I need my rider dice to be a little bit femme. I can't let them be too butch. Or if they're going to be butch, let them, if they're gonna be, like yeah, let them be, like, elegant or, at the very least, water types. It's a coward's move, but if the detailed mouth doesn't look good, stick to the cartoon anime blank mouth. You're a girly girl and you only like girly starters, huh? Yes, sorry. Is that what you want to hear? I have a girl and I have a girl's taste and a girl's penis, okay? God. We live in a perfect world, don't we? Ugh. Anyway. Yes, I am girl-pilled, which means that every now and then, I like to feel my feminine self. Not the end of the world. Okay, it's starting to get too detailed, so I'm gonna have to start, like, backing up and making it cartoony again, because I'm starting to slow down my rule. Your Skeledirge named Zuko? Honestly, if there's anything Scarlet and Violet got good, is the final evolutions for the... Like, I really like Skeledirge. I love that the shape of him is very classic Pokemon, and it's just pure animal. I mean, yes, the Florigod, Quaquav, all those, they do end up shaking ass at the end of their evolutions, and I don't think that is objectively a bad thing, but it is nice when Pokemon, like, look like, you know, like beasts, more than, you know, Digimon Anthros. Call me a Gen 1er, but I just think it's nice sometimes. Skeletor is one of the coolest starters. Yeah, exactly! I really like the design of it. Especially since Fuecoco is so cute also. I love that they are shaped like this is me drawing Fuecoco from memory, by the way. This is what Fuecoco looks like to me. Just like a very classic fridge shaped guy. Alright, time to fix that freaking hand. Blue Coco and Totodile are best friends because they chomp, yeah. I will say Feraligatr kind of like wigs me out because yes, they are shaped like a creature, so they fit my like criteria, but they're also like, there's something about the limbs that are like, there's too many limbs, or maybe too many joints. There's something about it that makes it look especially monstrous. So Feraligatr does wig me out a little bit, but you know, I do appreciate how it goes beast mode, so I admire that at the very least. I am a fair and partial person. Okay, that looks good. Who says I can't draw a good hand? Alright. So that's basically the first round of it. And we can add the little sparkly effects later. And fix the hair later. I don't let Ujin be like... It's not even moe, it's like weirdly like anime boy moe. Which I think they're pulling off pretty well here. I'm also glad that Ujin got a slight hit comic lately, because I thought that it's like the Squidward SpongeBob meme in which whenever I draw Gabrielle, the crowd goes wild, and then every other character is just crickets. Which, you know, fair. Not saying this is a bad thing objectively, but you know, I want people to like my main guy. Gabrielle is one of my main guys, but Ujin is my main guy. I want people to look at them and how fucking weird they are. Like, Gabrielle is nice and definitely weird in her own aspect, but very fond of them. Done with cleaning, yay! Good job, Safi. You know what? Yeah, Ujin does get their male moe-ness from their dad, I will say. Like, no matter the presentation, Ujin is moe in like a male way, and that's definitely, Chaesong has partly to do with that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's okay. I'm also just spitballing. Is moe a dominant or a recessive trait? I would definitely say, as much as I would like it to be the dominant trait, unfortunately, it only shows up in, like, very rare occasion in which it becomes moe gem, so perhaps it is more on the recessive side. Let's make a Punnett square for Ujin. Yay! I'm sure Ujin would love having her biology and physiology and general heritage dissected. That has everything to do with the comic I'm drawing right now, is how much she loves that. Oh yeah, you can look at the thing for Ryujin now, yeah! And also, as a nice little kind of semi-update for things, I have added different cursors for the different pages, mostly because I had them for some of them, but not for all. But I realized that because, you know, web plays on the whole website thing, it'd be fun if basically more had different cursors. And because you can also play with what the cursors symbolize and aesthetically and design-wise and all that. So, yeah, just have fun with that. Just interaction-wise. I had a lot of fun looking them up. And again, these are relatively, like, free, untrademarked ones. So I could not put in a little Hello Kitty cursor for one of my guys, even though I'm sure Carolyn would have loved a little Hello Kitty cursor. She's definitely the type. But yes, I have been having a lot of fun with the little web pages, I'd say. It's definitely challenging to come up with them first and foremost. If you actually want to know my process for the little web mini sites, is that I look at people's UI and CSS and code first, and then I look at one that's like cool, and then I restructure it to format a character that I think is apropos. On the more uncommon occasion, I actually have an idea for a character and then try to execute it through code. Because as a matter of fact, code is really freaking hard. Actually, I should lower this so the lines don't. If you want a classic art tip, this is not original to me, just a classic art tip. But when it comes to creating natural looking art, it is important to avoid, I would say not intersex is the word, but lines and things that are too close to each other. Like, for example, you see the Ujin I just drew? If I made the hem of Ujin's shirt go here instead, and it looked like this, it would look really unnatural because it's creating it's almost like a uniform shape because of the overlap. So the way you create the illusion of depth is to separate the elements in a way that makes it look like they're on top of each other, and this doesn't do that job. This does the job better because you can sort of parse it as different elements interacting with each other. Very basic art tip, but I like talking about it. And it's why, like, in comic panels, for example, you know, I have Ujin's foot be here and not, like, here, because then it'd be weird because it almost looks like her foot is resting on the panel itself, and it takes you out of that three-dimensional depth that is established. Tangents! Thank you, underscore. That is what they're called. I'm mildly annoying how often I'm giving a dialogue choice and both options are different ways of enthusiastic. I feel like that's a classic Pokemon writing thing where it's just your protag has a defined personality regardless of however you play them, and that like they always want to beat the league and become the best and help out their friends, and like every now and then you get dialogue that's just a little bit sassy and people screen capping and go, what? A player is allowed to have agency in a Pokemon game? And like I kind of get it, but also at the end of the day, Pokemon is a game for a relatively linear game for kids, so there's only so much you can, you know, veer off the intended course. Though I will say, I do agree that it wouldn't hurt to have a few more, like, personality quirks when it comes to Pokemon. Especially since we've gotten, like, a good ton of, like, protagonist-esque characters in the Pokemon series that aren't, you know, just the same determined anime protag. So, you know, wouldn't hurt. Dude, I feel like I'm surfing. I feel like I'm a penguin and I'm surfing. Pokemon needs a Cyberpunk 2077 style branching dialogue and consequence system. Dude. Pokemon with the branching path consequences of Telltale. Make it happen. Dude. Professor Oak will remember this. Whoa. What the fuck did they mean by that? I mean, again, I can see both sides. I understand wanting that, and functionally, it is very easy to code in, like, split dialogue, especially if it just leads to the same story outcome and all that. But, like, you don't really go into Pokemon for the split story aspect. Like, you know, it's like going into Pokemon for dating sim. Like, I understand wanting it, and I think it's perfectly natural, but, like, come on. Like, Pokemon can't be all that. But I will say, yes, Pokemon should do the thing that Disney is doing, where they're whoring out their characters and turning them into anime bishies in order to make money off of them. And I know that Pokemon does not need more money, but could you imagine the franchise potential if they did what Disney did with Twisted Wonderland and all that, and just turned the anime either the established characters or even jinkified the Pokemon to turn them into the husbands and the wives? Dude, that would go platinum. And I'm honestly stunned that they haven't capitalized on the idea, considering that there's so many different Pokemon spin-offs for, like, every genre. I mean, Pokemon Masters is, like, it's probably the closest canon game we'll get to a Pokemon visual novel, where you can, like, spend time with characters and, you know, strengthen your bonds with them and all that. But it's still, you know, a very it's still a very safe Pokemon game. Like, I'd like Pokemon to be a bit campier gameplay wise and just go that shoujo route. Pizza agrees with me. Like, even the, what is it? Pokemon, the Ditto thing. I forget what it's called because it's completely left my dash, so I'm sure people are enjoying it and playing it, and there's updates and stuff, but it's the Pokemon, the Ditto guy, the Minecraft, Stardew, all that. Like, the fact that the Pokemon kind of have their own personalities and are referred to as, like, individuals and all that. Again, like, we couldn't give them names, we couldn't give them, like, little design stuff. Like, we had to mystery dungeon it up, but you don't even have the excuse that there's multiple of their type. They're just the one. I don't know. It almost feels like the same reason why the Paper Mario series infamously, like, doesn't like to use unique NPCs, because they have to, like, the reason is that they have to trademark every single character, so it's just less expensive to use a Toad with a hat for the 10th time. So, but it's at the cost of, you know, making a unique character that you can enjoy. Alright. Time to do the second run through as well as the text. Dude, speaking of Wolf Among Us, Apollo! Dude, when is it coming out? It's coming out next year, right? I think? I'm excited for it. I've been a Telltale head since The Walking Dead. So, oh my god, it's the song that Ryan Phantom thrusts upon me for as long as I've known him, and yet it's come naturally. How beautiful that I think of him whenever I hear it now. I miss Ryan. What's chat opinions on I flinched? My opinions on Bigby Wolf is that whenever he took his shirt off, I did like my version of that pose a little bit, and I think him and Snow White are a really good dynamic. I love my bye for buys. Maybe it would be asking too much to get the same voice actors, but I am very much used to the classic, you know, like Telltale likes to recycle their voice actors in-house, and that's fine, but it just means that we're very used to hearing the same people, and so having them be different people will definitely be an adjustment. But as long as they, you know, as long as they have the love, I won't ask for too much. Yeah, they haven't even announced any voice people, to my knowledge. It's just been the game and potential story and gameplay. Adam Harrington is coming back? Dude, I don't even recognize that name, but that's... If he's coming back, that's the guy! That's Bigby Wolf! Alright, so... I'm assuming... I will assume in good faith that he's coming back because he also has a soft spot for the franchise, which bodes well, because I like it when they come back for love and not out of obligation. Oh, wow! I made the choice to make the Spectre dialogue typed, by the way. That's a decision I made a bit ago, and considering that the previous comic did well, I'm glad that it didn't create like a weird tonal dissonance. Because admittedly, formatting-wise, it does look really different from the messy kind of style of Chromosynth, but... I wanted to get the exact font that I have on the site, but it's not a font that I have imported into Painttool SI, and I'm too lazy to import it, so I just chose a font that is neat. He plays Bigby and another fella in Borderlands. I know David Fennoy and Gavin Hammond. Lee and Kenny are in the Wolf Among... Oh yeah, Lee is Bluebeard and Kenny is Beast. I know this because if you have played The Walking Dead, they have very distinct voices, and once you hear them in The Wolf Among Us, you're like, oh, that's Lee and Kenny. It's... yeah. I'm not saying that, you know, they don't have range. They are very good, but if you were very familiar with the series, at a certain point, the voices just become ingrained in your mind, so the recognizability is strong. Oh, he's the Tweedles? Oh, honestly? Okay, range. Okay, King. Hey, stay. I'm dumb. Oh, you sound like a fucking nerd, alright. Don't fuck with Wolf Among Us fans. Bottom text. The lady who plays Clementine plays Toad Jr. and Beauty. Yeah, I know. Her voice is also very distinct. And also, like, I know, you know, they're voice actors. They can do whatever they want. It is weird, a little itty bitty bit, to have her and the guy who plays Kenny be lovers in one of the games, and then the other game that's a whole ass child. Like, again, this isn't anything on the game, it's just, it's always something in the back of my mind that's like, if I ignore it, I'm unbothered. If I ignore it, I'm unbothered. I'm really good at ignoring it. Also, the distance between DGG and the text is a bit close, so I'm gonna try to actually move them down so there's more space in between, because negative space is very important for composition. Troy Baker and Laura Bailey. Oh yeah! Those are names that come up a lot. Oh dude, I love the Telltale Batman series. Don't get me started on the Telltale Batman series. Honestly, Telltale, you know, in the later seasons of The Walking Dead, we do get some good, what does Gigi look like they're arching their back? Hold on, let me, like, fix that. That is not the pose I am trying to convey. Alright. There we go, that's a little bit better. But anyway, I was like, alright. Okay. Anyway. Yes, I am very fond of the Telltale Batman series for the homoeroticism that they depict between Bruce and John, and in a way that doesn't feel like it's mocking it or it's overtly fan service. It feels genuine, and it has earned the yaoi on AO3 that has come as a response because it's good. I even made fan art for the two. dude, like 20-year-old something saying single drawing fan art of two grown-ass men who are from Telltale. Yes, the art is ugly. No, I did not care. I just like them too much. That's what happened. Alright, while we're here, let's adjust the hair and all that. Freak Gigi. Shoulders should be hiked up here. It's more natural. Honestly, part of what makes posing feel right is just taking a character, and usually like the shoulders are below the neck. Just putting them above it does so much work for the perspective and angle. Then, the background lines. Again, want to avoid tangents. Let's make sure the line is cleanly going through. And sounds really random, but there's this friend gem game that I've been seeing lately called Mecha Chameleon, and it's like art and co-op, not co-op, but it's sort of co-op because it's like team, and it's been the first time in a while that I've wanted to play a multiplayer game on stream with people. Dude, do you think Ryan would want to play with me? And like I can like hop in with Ryan's friends and maybe my friends can hop in? That'd be fun. I can ask him. Okay, more dialogue. Also, I don't know if you guys can tell, but I am as freehand as I am with the text on my comics. I'm actually quite conscious of how it looks, and I try to be very careful to make it look good and legible and consistent. I'm doing the art comic version of the nonchalant guy. I hope it's working. Like, sometimes my letters are too close together, and so I get my little ruler and space them apart more evenly so it looks better. I'm also having a fun time learning how, like, speech bubble spacing works. Not spacing, I would say maybe composition and formatting. Because there is in fact a right and wrong way to place them. Like, for example, I know a good rule of thumb to follow when it comes to speech bubbles is generally it's good to put them in front of the character and around their mouth, because, like, visually that allows you to better associate the text with literally coming out of the character's mouth, you know? That's why, you know, rather than doing it like this, like, I could do it like that. Instead, I have like another text and I connect them, and then I do it like this. It also helps connect the visual, the eye, this way, you know? Rather than this way and then this way. I am not a comic expert. Take my advice with a grain of salt. I would suggest possibly looking into making a custom font if hand lettering gets too overwhelming. I appreciate that. I think this sounds strange. I think it's good for me to write more because I don't, like, handwrite a lot of stuff, and I think this is, as you know, as challenging as it can be at times. It is not so much that it's like debilitating. It's enough that it's like it's setting my ass straight in a good way. But I've definitely considered that. Thank you for the suggestion, Goose. I will say, if my comic ever turns into like the comics I critiqued, where it's just, instead of this being dialogue, it's like this is dialogue and that's dialogue, then definitely it will be considered. Oh, this reminds me of a, hold on. This is a classic skit. This is the Wii Shop, right? So, Wii Shop channel song. It's like with lyrics. Yes! Wii Shop Wednesday, but it's, is it this? Update Day. Update Day! That's what it's called. Alright. Welcome to internet history, everyone.
Matt! Yeah? Update day! What? New Wii titles. What? I'm in the bathroom.
This is so nostalgic.
Update day for the Wii shopping
I
channel.
didn't even have the Wii and this is nostalgic.
It's funny because normally they do it at midnight, but it's like 11. It's like 11:15. What time is it in Japan? Fucking turn that up. I love that grooving. What kind of music is that? Like a bossa nova beat?
That's what it is.
Makes me really want to just croon it.
This is such a danceable song. You know what we should do? We should write a song for our act with titles of Wii games.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
Because everybody knows about Wii
Was
Shopping
that a fucking
Channel.
Japanese
Yeah, everybody
accent?
loves to
Alright,
shop on
cancel
every
these
Wednesday.
guys. Blow them
So
up,
what we'll
kill
do
them
is
with
we'll write a
hammers.
theme
I'm
song
kidding.
For the Wii Shopping Channel. Watch this. Watch it. You watch this.
At least
watch
let the bit play out.
this. You can sing to the titles of the Super Mario RPG, Super Mario 3, Mega Man, Neo Turf Masters, Breakin' Star. You know what I mean, Jared?
Yeah,
If
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like every.
Yeah,
stuff,
yeah,
You
yeah.
say the lyrics of the.
Let me try one. Let me try one.
It's a good idea. It's a good
Let me
idea.
try. Super Mario RPG, Sonic the Hedgehog, Donkey Kong 3, Adventures of Lolo 1 and 2, King's Knight, Dig Dug, Juman Fu, Harvest Moon,
You write this song?
Link Puzzle Pokemon, Toe Jam and Earl and Panic on Funkotron.
Go off.
Castlevania, Fatal Fury, Ninja Judge, Mario Comet, Razor Blazing, Lasers, Bases Loaded, Mega Turrican, Cybernator, Rolling Thunder, Dynastic Hero, Bubble Bobble, Double Double Dragon F-Zero.
I get it. You memorize the song.
Zero X and Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Ninja Gaiden 1, Ninja Gaiden 2, Ninja Gaiden 3. Cruising USA.
Ah.
Wow! No!
What a great skit. Back to the original. I hope people watch my streams for cultural enrichment as well as entertainment. It is the original Go White Boy Go, honestly. Dang it, the speech bubble I drew for kicks is still there, and I didn't undo it. Very educational. Thank you. Gentlemen, behold. Do you think, if/when I get married, I can get someone to professionally play this on the piano, like in a lounge way, during the reception? Those who know. God, I hope this was the national anthem. I get crazy on the kindergarten floor. Man, I haven't played Club Penguin Journey in a bit. I'm not the type of person to like play online games a lot. So maybe it's just a muscle I have to train. Oh man, there's a lot of text in here. Okay, so time for Sang to lock in and draw text as straight as possible. I don't know if you can read my posture. I'm more concentrated on this than I am during the art. Like, writing legibly and neatly is, for me, like, that's the real challenge. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've been sort of semi-intentionally been avoiding using complex chromosynth terms in these side comics because, again, these are meant to be relatively entry-level, and putting in advanced lexicon like Chroma and Spectre I feel like would drive away the average person, and also would be context-based, and it wouldn't make sense for regular characters to use them in weird ways. So I've been trying to design dialogue in a way where it's tackling these ideas in a way that isn't spoon-feeding to you what they are, but it's also not going into them in such a deep way that if you didn't know before, you would be confused. It's a weird mixture of world building through these very comedic situational circumstances rather than exposition. Sorry, I'm locked in on this text. You know the classic joke that artists have bad handwriting because they have no energy to expend to on writing and linguistics? Unfortunately, I do fulfill that stereotype. My lord. I mean, there are people, don't get me wrong, there are people who are visually gifted and also can write and visually organize their writing in a damn good way. I'm just saying that ain't me. Actually, you know what? Another way of reducing is just cutting down dialogue. That it also helps me. Not only does it make it more concise, it also helps me put the text in the right way in the comic. Because when you have a lot of text, it actually becomes tricky placing it the right way. I actually don't know the science behind where to put the connecting line, like the thing I'm drawing right now. Maybe like here? I don't know. Whatever looks good. I don't have this down to a science. I just had a cursed thought, and it's not true. At least I would not like it to be true. But, like, do you think the reason why Chromosynth hasn't blown up is because I have yet to make a side comic featuring two conventionally attractive men? And so there is not a single yaoi to be seen yet, and that's why the crowd is silent at this moment? I'm kidding, by the way. I don't think that's actually the case, and were it to be the case, I wouldn't want that to be the reason people come to my characters anyway. It's a funny thought, though. To be fair, Yuri hasn't also really happened in these like, it's... people haven't really interacted with each other in general. Besides Ujin and her dad and all that, so nothing ship-worthy at all. So there's that. Gabby's comics have like 5k likes. Does it? That's a lot of likes. Is that true? Shut your hole. Like, just because it sorta blows up, it doesn't mean that I actually have the 5k. Alright, maybe you're right, it does have 5k likes. But like, it's not that I'm not grateful. I shan't make it seem like I don't turn on notifications for every little like that comes on that account, because I do giggle a little bit, but that, in the bigger picture, it's not a tangible benchmark, if that makes sense. Yes, I'm very happy and it's a little achievement in its own right, but like, when you really think about it, there aren't people actually engaging with the comic. I would actually love it if more people commented and had their own little thoughts or stuff about it. Just likes, yes, that is, you know, acknowledgement, but it's not meaningful engagement, if that makes sense. And again, no one is obligated to, you know, like and comment and retweet or whatever, but it's a better sign of people who are willing to, you know, engage with on a deeper level, if that makes sense. Avi, is that a bad face? Are you making a bad face at me? The emoji style on Twitch does not make it very clear what kind of expression that is. If you're making a bad face at me, don't. I'm not ungrateful, I swear. I'm not. Hey, listen, at least I'm not Oh, I understand you. Gotcha. Hey, at least I'm not making posts on Twitter going like, fuck my Chungus life. I only got 10 likes on that last post. Can someone help me? God, I am shaking my fist at the sky. Someone, God, please help me. My number. At least I'm not making a post like that on Twitter. I feel like that's truly the point where it's like, it just becomes more sad than anything. Again, understandable feeling, don't get me wrong, but a little venting on the side, I think. a little commentary, if you will, is not a bad thing, because these streams are ephemeral. They are not meant to be statements of any kind. This is the first time I've drawn 2 different speech bubbles in one panel. Milestones. Recently, yes, the protagonist of Over the Garden Wall, featuring Greg and Wirt. But yes, recently wrote 12k words of lore to share with my friends, and one of them just acknowledged that it was cool and had nothing else to say about it, getting flashbacks. Yeah, see, again, it's not that I don't appreciate just the most like acknowledgement of, hey, this is nice, or even like a comment saying, nice comic, I like it. That's cool. But you know what would also be cool? Someone like the classic Tumblr tagging system version of making something, going into the reblog, and seeing someone just go off in the tags. It doesn't even have to be super related to what you made, just going like, this reminds me of something, whatever. And it's just like, yes, we're having a conversation. I mean, it's sort of one-sided, but still. Yeah, exactly. It's like, this isn't to say that there is inferior kinds of interaction and responses to get, but to truly want engagement that indicates a kind of like both staying power from the person, but also I have gotten something meaningful out of it that I am actively voicing to you right now. It's really vital that you say these kinds of things to creators, because admittedly I'm not very good at leaving comments on things. Like, honestly, me retweeting something is the benchmark of me holding a sign up saying this is great, boost, boost, boost. If I see something that is so rare that even seeing it, like a rare pair or something, then I comment going, woohoo, yes, because they need all the support they can get. But yeah, just in general, that kind of just feedback and engagement it's not selfish to want it, I think. Yes, it doesn't make the other person like evil for not giving it, obviously, but it can also just be uncomfortable kind of sitting with that dissatisfaction. And I think if you truly do know the person you're talking to, then you shouldn't feel too uncomfortable making it known that you want a little bit more out of it. Like for example, if I sent something to Safi and I said like, hey, you know, here's a comic that's gonna be not even comic, but like let's say a friggin' pitch bible of the Chromosyn, and then Safi did the thumbs up emoji and was like, sick, looks clean, brother. I'd be like, thanks. I love that it seems that you took the time to look through it, but also I would love a little bit more. Even if it's bad. Even if you had to just pat me on the shoulder and go, brother, do you even hear what you're writing? Even if it was that, just the conception of you have engaged with my art thoughtfully enough to form these extensive thoughts on it, like, that is flattering enough, you know. Can you imagine? Yeah. Don't worry, Safi, I would never do that to you, because Safi, you know, there are some people who you sort of learn over time that they are not the type of people to share super often, which is, you know, up to them. I'm the type of person that I make it rain with the posts and all that because I love instant validation. But there are sometimes people who will be like, you know, like, I'm keeping this to myself until it's ready. And so that means when the sharing happens, yes, we will be there. Yes, we will hype it up. And I won't have my rose-tinted goggles on, so much so that I will, like, ignore any, like, problems, but I will still, with the context of you are obviously summoning some courage to share this with me and have put a lot of time and effort into it, I want to, not reward, but I want to reciprocate that effort by giving you my response that is also filled with, you know, honesty and openness. I mean, that's specifically for, like, me and friends. Obviously, I was talking about me and the Twitter, which is a little different, but, you know. Alright, time to write Ujin's soliloquy. Dude, I was just talking about Safi, and then Safi's song played. Bro, it's like they knew. It's like they knew. I'm kidding, it's not Safi's song, it's our song. That's right, I'm here too. It's like Safi, this song, and I'm like Starwalker coming in on the side. We're so close to learning the punchline of the joke. You know, if this was any other context, I would be recoiling with the venom that is present in that comment. But I'm glad that the context does not make it as scathing as it is. The rock version can specifically be yours. Yeah! Like, you have characters that are specifically in, like, a little rock band. I feel like you've earned the rock moniker a bit more. I didn't mean it like that. No, I know, Goose. I know, but it's so funny out of context. Like, imagine someone's been working on something the stream, and then, like, 75% of the way in, someone says, like, finally, we'll see what the fuss is all about. It's like, just the most mean-spirited interpretation is so funny to me. I feel like partly why the latest Ujin comic maybe resonated with people is that it's very, I mean, firstly, it features the word boobs, which is always a hit, I will say. And secondly, in retrospect, like, after I posted it and looked back on it, you know, with, like, my hands on my hips, you know, just admiring it a little bit, I was like, this comes off as a little transgender. Like, if you did not know who Ujin was, it comes off as like this is someone who is fulfilling like a body gender dysphoria thing, and I'm like, huh, I guess that's definitely an interpretation to have, and that's why I want to make a follow-up comic that sort of not debunks it, but explores what exactly Ujin's relationship with their body is, and that even if it's not like specifically gender dysphoria, it's still something kind of fucked up. Is it too much for a sketch request? I will say my goal is to finish this comic, and considering the trajectory of it, I will need all the time I can get for it. So, if I finish this comic and I have time at the end, then I will open for sketch requests, but for now I will tentatively decline. But again, thank you for asking. It is always very nice of you to ask. Again, Ujin's fucking soliloquy. Why'd I give them so much text? I mean, it's not like text makes a comic bad. Honestly, I feel like one of the reasons why the Adam comic flopped a bit is that it was so text minimal, and also because Adam was employed, and I was like, why would I ever expect this comic to do well with people? He's employed. Anyway, sorry, that's an easy joke. But the point is, I'm trying to get braver with the inclusion of dialogue in comics, and not enough that it's just like every panel is like this, but I'm trying to get a feel for it, is what I'm trying to say. Alright. Fuck. Gotta adjust some sizing. Classic. I've been stuck in a learning curve with speech bubble this year. Yeah. It's again, like, comics is an art. It's kind of like this, it's not like storyboarding of the unanimated medium. It's just, there's so much that goes into it besides just drawing good. Yeah, and also I do this so I make sure that the letters that have gravitated upwards can come back down to earth. The fact that I can't draw good is why I don't do comics. Sorry. I mean, it's up to you, ultimately, but one of the best comics out there, XKCD, is made by a guy who only really draws stick figures and is really smart and has ideas otherwise. Like, he is his own ideas guy, and he made it work. Also, like, cyanide and happiness exists. Like, people who are relatively crap at art can make it. It's just about being funny. Which is an endeavor in itself. Don't get me wrong. Why does this E have an evil eyeball in it? Jesus Christ. My handwriting, everyone. I thought I was on a roll with the handwriting, but my letters all go ooh, so I always have to just float them back down at the end. And doing it live on stream is making me feel especially silly. I'm human just like you guys, and just like Ujin. Restructuring. My least favorite part is having an interaction and then having no clue how to draw the two characters posed against each other. Like, are they just talking to each other? In that case, I can definitely understand the interaction being tricky because it's just like, hey, what's up? Nothing. You? Oh yeah, that's how my day's going. And you have to figure out where the hands go, and I mean, the way you phrase it as like posed up against each other makes it sound like they're like making out 24/7. In which case, that's a whole other anatomical situation. to be practicing, but otherwise. It's really funny having a character who is, in some ways, very much inspired by my own, like, personal journey and personality, but very much is distinct from me in, like, significant personality ways, in that, like, I cannot draw mechs, and I have no personal interest in mechs, but it's like, that's Ujin's thing, and I it's where we differ greatly, but it's so much fun depicting that love that she has. Let me handle the mechs, I'll do it for free. You will? Dude, when my comic eventually turns into the apocalyptic future where humans have all died out and it's all just robots, I'll let you know. I'll know exactly who to call. I believe I wrote the text for this already. Yep, there's that punchline. I think this is the other one. Gigi is so helpful. Gigi is so helpful. love them. Let them out. I'm just like, what? Like, on one hand, yes, Ujin, wonderful person, but also Gigi did not realize what they were in for, and they are effectively in a soul hostage situation. It's like wishing upon a lamp, and then a djinn comes out, and then the person wishes that the djinn will be their friend and stay with them forever, and now the djinn is stuck with that guy. It is important to me that Gigi is not like overly cruel, but also Ujin is just like that shade of pathetic where it's like, yeah, I can understand Gigi being driven to this point. And Ujin. Oh my god, Sangold, who might have thought of that. I'm kidding. Honestly, the Toby who might have thought of that kind of spin-off meme from Deltarune is one of my favorite just jokes in fandom in general, because it just perfectly sums up how theory crafting drives one to like look back at the creator and go, they planned this. It was all according to their whims, and the whims that they're talking about are like utterly nonsense when you really think about it. But it's really funny to like imagine a sinister Toby Fox twirling his mustache and going, yes, it was I. I planned this all along. Trying to make a perfectly uniform looking circle, the rectangle. Struggling. We're definitely gonna have to adjust because it's tilting upwards. Alright, so now, time to color them in. And it actually, considering how quickly I managed to finish the previous comic, this shouldn't take too long. Your doo-doo. water. You know, as much as of a show that I like, Courage the Cowardly Dog is a show that stressed me out as a kid, and I feel would undoubtedly stress me out as an adult. You know, there are just pieces of media that you can appreciate and, you know, even have encountered for yourself and have, you know, you can give it its flowers, but also you won't necessarily, like, actively enjoy it because the, you know, it stresses you out more than anything. I feel like some people feel that about certain horror movies and certain thrillers, and I definitely feel that sometimes. It's kind of funny that Courage is in that category, considering it's for baby children, but it's, like, the premise of a lot of shows is hijinks ensue because of some kind of conflict, but more often than not, when I was younger and a conflict was driven by like a time limit or something that distressed the character, I got also distressed on their behalf, and it made enjoying it a lot less, I would say, fun. And it became more of just an exercise in raising my cortisol for a bit, and then lowering it once everything turns better again. I guess this is just part of the being a scared little kid saga. Is just that you get too emotionally invested in things, and so when there is conflict and stakes, you explode, I guess. But Courage can also be very silly. Like, Courage stops an invasion of eggplant people. Oh yeah, I remember the image of Courage in the little eggplant costume. I remember that. Yes, it is very silly. I think it's also just the circumstances of Courage are just so stressful and sad. Like, the Courage has a very reasonable personality considering his surroundings. It's basically like why Luigi acts that way in Luigi's Mansion. He acts that way because his situations are fucking haunting, dude. And if it was just you and your wits about you to survive, yeah, I'd be shitting my pants at every creek too, you know? But with Courage, he does have people he live with, but one of them's a fucking abuser. One of them's a fucking piece of shit. And even Muriel, you could argue, is sort of as an enabler. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm just saying sometimes she don't make the situation better. And so it just the overwhelming pity I feel for Courage makes it hard to, like, let myself relax. I don't know. I haven't watched Courage in a bit. Maybe that has changed and I can actually maybe emotionally distance myself to that extent. But it's that emotional reaction that I remember from watching Courage a long time ago. You're such an empath. Oh my god. Feel that. Yeah. It's Courage, the Cowardly Dog! Abandoned in the middle of nowhere, found by Muriel. And her husband, Useless Bag! And creepy stuff happened out of nowhere. It's up to Courage to save this new home! Again, it's all in here. It's all in here, you know? I think maybe in that sense, maybe it's the kind of thing that I've explored a little bit with a character like Gabrielle, is the idea of being such a scared kid that you end up sort of thrill-seeking in a certain way, but in a controlled environment where you are seeking out something that you know is going to be scary or uncomfortable or something, and the idea that being able to sit through it is indicative of some kind of bravery in the act. And my like relatively recent love of horror movies is sort of a product of that, in that I missed out on a lot of horror growing up because I was such a scared kid. And the more I engage with it, the more that tense, scared feeling in horror movies is like something to look forward to and something to enjoy, honestly. Like when I was little, I was just like, fuck, I'm gonna get nightmares. Now I'm like, the fact that it's able to get me to feel this way, like, why does this make me feel this way? What does that say about me? What is the director trying to say? How is this effective? How is this not? Again, it's an engagement with art that I really like. And the fact that horror in particular is so fascinating because it's such a psychological and, like, a lot of the times emotional reaction to get. And oftentimes, you know, fear and monsters and the horrors are things that are very pertinent as commentaries on society and interpersonal stuff. So there's a lot of things to think about. Yeah. I also was the person, the kind of hello glitched, hello. I also was the kind of person who I believe, like, I didn't seek out, you know, like fucking live leak shit, but I remember when I was in middle school probably, I did find Happy Tree Friends on YouTube and was, you know, appropriately horrified. And then because aesthetically you know, it wasn't actually that bad, like stylistically I could appreciate Happy Tree Friends. Perhaps the founding father of horror mascot horror and all that is these days. I let myself watch more episodes because I had it in my head that, like, if I was able to get through it, like, that said something good about me and my bravery and my skills. Can I still, in the back of my head, recall some of the most horrific, like, gory moments? Yes, I can, and that's probably not a good thing. But on the other hand, there is no real positive. It's just a thing I did when I was a kid. It's just one of those things where it's not like traumatizing per se. It's just kind of like, well, that kind of left a mark. Maybe not a scar, but like a mark, you know? That is something that I went through. I'm honestly surprised that Happy Tree Friends. Last time I checked, I feel like it's been in such a weird, like, legal limbo when it comes to the work, that's partly why it's hard to get episodes out. But considering the craze of mascot horror, you'd think Happy Tree Friends would rise like a fucking phoenix and, you know, take some of that attention. I mean, I guess a reboot would be kind of gauche, but I don't know. I'm surprised that in this kind of climate where people in fandom spaces on the internet love cartoony things with a bit of edge on it more than ever, Happy Tree Friends is something that kind of fizzled out a while ago and never really made it back. And it's relatively simple to execute. I'm not saying the episodes, you know, took no work. It's still like Flash. You still had to storyboard and rig, but it's not like they were like Glitch Productions episodes. Like, I don't think it's gonna be that tricky to get something off the ground. I honestly think it's just some kind of weird legal custody thing where they have to get greenlit by someone, and that's just the tricky part. Happy Tree Friends isn't scary, it's gory in a funny way, not in a scary. Oh, that's true. It's not horror as in like you're sitting at the edge of your seat and you're gonna get jump scared. It's truly gore in the shock way. Yeah, it's shocking, not scary. Admittedly, yes. But still, it's still in the same vein of like things that would make little kid me like cringe and cower because like I wouldn't be able to stomach it either shock or horror wise. So to speed up the coloring process, I just like to pick a color and just color in all of that and do it for every iteration. Just so I don't have to go back to the palette every time. Looney Tunes or Tom and Jerry with blood. Yeah, I understand. Is true. I guess the main difference between Happy Tree Friends and Mascot Horror is Mascot Horror, what defines it is horror as in, you know, the opposite. Horror as in jump scares, in like a lingering sense of doom, as well as kind of a deeper, unsettling thing. And, you know, lore and all that. Well, Happy Tree Friends is very surface level, and I don't mean that in a just a negative way. I mean literally it's meant to be just episodic like Looney Tunes stuff. Which in some ways I would say that one would deter fandom people. Believe me, fandom people can turn episodic stuff into some stuff, I guess. Best way to put it. It's like that joke where if a show is all serious, then you'll get fan art and fan work that is the fluffiest stuff imaginable, and then if the original work is just fluff cartoon, then the fandom stuff is like the darkest, deepest stuff. To bring up Ujin's design to remember where the colors go. Alright. I guess the closest thing we did get to lore was that, what is that? That Kung Fu Kapow series where it was like, this is the war that one flippy PTSD bear went through. So it's like a prequel. So in a way, it is lore in that it's world building and it talks about like different nations and history stuff. But again, relatively surface Bugsnax was. For, you know, the people behind Octodad, which is the game that is carried by its gimmick and not much else. Not a terrible game, mind you, but again, very gimmicky. Bugsnax is like wow, I can see why they worked their ass off for that. Conda bug and Conda snog, you can call them in a trap. I don't know why I put on the weird 20s accent for that. I got a migraine. I just got home from my roommate's birthday celebration. Aw, I hope you had fun, Royal. You can call them in a trap. From the snack to the island, and you are whatever we eat. Banana. Get it twisted, I am a big Bugsnax lover. I will not draw fan art because I am not equipped to draw Muppets. This is a thing. I have made a Bugsnax animatic in which I jinkified all them because I'm a coward. Everyone knows this. But that's the closest I've gone to Bugsnax fan art. That friend who be getting migraines. Hey guys, I won't be staying long. I got a migraine. Damn. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make fun. I hope you do feel better. I'm relatively fortunate in that I think I've only gotten a notable migraine maybe a few times in my life, and it was like, is this how Zeus felt when Athena was born from his fucking head? Holy shit, it feels like my brain is cracking apart. And I don't doubt that that is what people with migraines just feel. So yeah, I feel very bad for y'all. Drink water and just stay away from screens and just relax. Is Bugsnax a kid's game? I would say Bugsnax is probably PG. It's not E, you know, like, Bugs Life. I believe that's rated E. But the Bugsnax is probably more, like, PG-ish. I don't remember the label for video games as opposed to movies. But it's got some dark elements that wouldn't make it the most E. But I will say that, like, I don't think a 6-year-old should play it, but I definitely think, like, it's a 10 and up kind of game, you know? I'm not a video game expert, so what do I know? Me when I'm in the woods and we're tiny. You know, I feel like maybe listening to bit crunched ass Game Boy music isn't gonna help anyone with a migraine. Like, as much as it makes me happy and joyous, it probably is the audio equivalent to, like, smashing a pan over someone's head. So, you know. Been playing Mystery Dungeon, now it's on the GBA Virtual Console. Oh! Sorry, is that you playing it for the first time, or is that you revisiting it? My next question will depend on your answer. because I love seeing people play the games that I adore, or the franchise I adore for the first time. Because I know that Safi started playing Rhythm Heaven lately, because, you know, it got the new Switch game. And I've been also watching Jerma play it. And as much as Jerma is goated with, you know, rhythm in general, because I know he was in a band, some of those games be kicking his ass, and I feel kind of bad for him. Because, like, he doesn't hate the game, but he's also, like, raging at certain times, and I'm like, man. I'm glad that Rhythm Heaven is still, like, relatively challenging, though. I think one of the worst things you can do as a series is to dumb the game down for children. I think it's great when it's, you know, it's challenging, because then it feels so much more rewarding when you beat it. Revisiting. Oh, you got through pretty fast, and then just it's long and complex post-game dungeons. Oh yeah, that kind of is the case, isn't it? That kind of completionist mindset of like, all right, well, time to get those Pokemon, which admittedly is a very fun part of Mystery Dungeon. Like, I love, oh man, like, not to be a Gen 1er, but the aesthetic of having little areas where you could visit your friend's Pokemon, and they all have these beautiful pixel graphics, and then after the first, like, red and blue, it's just gone. Like, they don't have specific areas that you can visit. It's like, man, where did the sauce go? I hate how RNG it is to recruit them. To be fair, it kind of reflects the RNG of catching Pokemon, in that, like, you're kind of betting a little bit, so I don't, like, hate it. I can understand it being frustrating, though, because imagine you find a Pokemon that's like, dude, that's the one I need, and you kill it and it's just gone. It's like, well, I could not have done anything to put that in my favor. So, like, I understand. It definitely makes you feel sort of powerless in the grand scheme of things. Also, I forgot that I don't color in the eyes here. But I can color in the eyes here. Yes. I hope that looks okay. Catching Pokemon, you can throw Pokeballs until you win, but meanwhile, if you go into Shellos, you have to hope one decides to join you, have to kill it. To be fair, again, I still... Maybe it's just me, but I like that. I like certain RNG aspects, because, you know, what is the joy of it? It's like shiny hunting, except it's regular hunting, I guess. The type of person I will be is that I always like some sense of RNG in my gameplay, because I always like the aspect of having it up to the whims of fate in a little way, because a little demon part of me will always be like, let's go gambling, baby. Alright, time for the jackets. And then after that, I'll do the little battery. Turns out when the jacket is off, Ujin's design is remarkably simpler to draw. This is the sleeve part. If you stay too long in dungeons, they kick you out. Oh yeah, that's the scary part of Mystery Dungeon. Again, you know, Exhibit Z of Sangold being a big scared poos when they were young. If you stay too long in dungeons, just, you know, beating enemies and all that, suddenly a big red alarm bell goes off and goes, "You've been in the dungeon for too long, go or we will kill you," which made me go, ah, ah, ah! It scared the shit out of me as a kid, and so I never lingered in dungeons too long ever, just in case I accidentally exploded or whatever. I don't even remember like how it reprimanded you. I just remember that it happened like maybe once, and then it scared me straight. Also, stealing from the Kecleon store. That's, I think monster houses was, I mean, they became like less scary and more like a challenge, you know, like gameplay wise. But yeah. Yeah, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon didn't really scare a gamer like me, you could say. I didn't mean to steal from Kecleon as a kid. Oh no, Sappy did it on accident. Did you like button mash as you were leaving, and then Kecleon says, "Do you want to pay for it?" And you said no, and Kecleon's like, "Boys, get him." And then they jump you. Which admittedly, out of context, is so funny. Because I didn't know Kecleon had it in them like that. But also, as a child, like, it's truly just sudden death. You against the homies. And like, if you didn't know it was happening, and it was happening for the first time to you, I could imagine it being like a life-changing / neg experience. Who is more evil, Kecleon or Tom Nook? Kecleon is simply punishing you from stealing from their store. I feel like Tom Nook has a very extensive list of, you know, things he has done in general. But also, I will say that Tom Nook is someone who sets you up in a system that allows you to make back, you know, what you owe in a pretty generous way. So as much as people joke about like, haha, Tom Nook is a landlord, I fucking hate him, I hate paying him. Well, yeah, but he's the reason why you can sell bugs and flowers to pay off your debt. Like, I'm pretty sure, doesn't that count for something, you know? Alright, time for the GG. Yeah, I believe their lighter side is on the right, so we see more of that. Hitting a misinput and leaving the store because an item I picked up was on the edge of the square. To be fair, when you're leaving the edge of the store, Kecleon teleports to you and then says, "Hey, are you done? You want to pay?" So you do have that, you know, thing at the end where it verifies if you want to pay or not. And then if you misclick, I'm sorry, even if you're a little bitty kid, that's kind of on you. Though admittedly, even when I was a kid, I just like straight up didn't read stuff. Like, I just blazed through certain things and did not know a lot of words and just kind of tanked it. Same with movies. When you're a kid and you just experience things, there's a lot of things that go over your head. But when I was a kid, I think like major plot points also went over my head. I don't think I really understood what was happening in most things.
And it was only like once I grew like the teensiest bit older, I was like, oh, that's the story. Oh, that's what they're trying to do. That's the goal. Like, I didn't even do that when I was a kid. I was just like, It was like short-term memory object permanence, but with whatever was on the screen at the moment. I had no grasp of the character's motivations and wants. Sounds like you were just a dumbass. Well, sorry, according to your way of enjoying media, it actually seems like the way I did it as a kid, by consuming it with just the tendency to enjoy it, it seems like I was actually doing it the way you were doing it. You do it now as an adult. So what does that say about you, huh? All consumption, no critical thought. Makes you think. Good night, Robopaya. Good night. You ever table at cons and such? That is very kind of you to say. To imply that this art is good enough to table at cons and such. It was definitely something that I have considered and almost was a goal at a certain point, but I'm going to be so for real. First of all, actually tabling at a con is a real, like, financial sink. Oh, thank you. Like, not only the cost of actually getting a table, but also the materials, making sure you have, you know, you're able to get there and set it up and all that, and also, like, the production stuff. It's a lot of work, and I would consider it more if I had another artist to table with, so it felt like we were kind of doing a 50-50, but if it was just me, I feel like it's a bit too much to do just by myself, especially considering that I do sell things online, but a lot of the things I sell are things I can make to order, like stickers or pins, and if I were to go to a con, you kind of intrinsically need those with you, which would sort of limit my stock. Don't get me wrong, I love going to cons and seeing artists that I know online and supporting them, and honestly, it would be fun to do it at least once. But I've kind of sort of given up on it being like the big goal of me as an artist, because I may have like over romanticized it in my head on how cool it would be, in which it's actually like I need to be like really prepared if I want to commit to doing it. But well, thank you regardless, Zaxioms. It's very kind of you, like I said. And again, I do have like Moich and all that, and I have a store, so don't get me wrong, I am monetizing my own stuff. It's just that specifically tabling at a con is just, it's such it's such an investment of labor and time and resources that, unfortunately, I can't quite afford to do it at the moment. But it's not off the table completely, don't get me wrong. With every con I go to, I will always be a little bit envious of the people who are tabling there, just because they are so brave and so skilled to be able to get to where they are. That makes sense. Thank you. Also, you're alright, sorry. I'm sorry I don't take kindly to even jokingly being called a dumbass for something I did as a little kid. What is this Banjo-Kazooie on a swing set music? And also played by a bee. Ina Dream Barbecue. Oh, you know, that's something that has, I think Drax has brought up as something to experience on stream. This kind of weird core ass. It looks like fun, yeah.
This is honestly giving me a headache now. I would recommend... I mean, to be fair, bug music is kind of like, if you're not in the mood for bug music, it does sort of feel like a bug is circling around you and being a pain in the ass. So, like, I understand. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Great. Time to color in the lines. This is what I imagine is in one of those ant brains that walk in circles until it dies of exhaustion. Yeah, it's a death spiral. Yeah, those are fun. Like, I always keep going to fun as the go-to verbiage for anything that's remotely interesting. Maybe not the most appropriate in certain circumstances, but whatever. It's super not noticeable, but I am in fact coloring in the hair for Ujin. And this dark brown does in fact make a difference in my heart. Have you guys noticed that if you've been here for long enough in the stream that you've basically seen this comic like 20 times inside and out? Firstly, thank you. I appreciate it. Secondly, have you noticed that the comic has gradually become less funny? That's just kind of like the weird reality of working on something that is really just meant to be enjoyed in like a effervescent, ephemeral way, is that if you're exposed to the reality of just working on it in the nitty-gritty, it just becomes like infinitely less like this. I don't know, maybe this is subjective, but it's partly why I wanted to leave the dialogue and stuff until the end, or at least near the end, because it's like, but whatever. I'm still working on it after all. Yeah, I guess you could compare it to a joke being told over and over. The trick to that is, you know what I can do? I can take away the dialogue. That way, you don't get exposed to the joke over and over. I'm a genius. People have never thought of this before. I mean, maybe the emotional weight of it in these moments is weakened, but still. Then what is the joke? Do you want me to answer that, or you talking to someone else? Or... Does killing the joke for 0.001% of people matter though? Like, it doesn't. I'm not trying to act like the woe is me. I'm just saying it's a remarkable feeling, because like I'm trying to express the feeling that I get when working on these comics, and this isn't me like venting or anything. It's just kind of a weird reality, is that kind of like when you're working on animatics, and over the course of making it, you're just working on it for so long that the original punch of like hearing something you enjoy just turns into, this sure is a thing of audio that has served its function. So it just kind of changes in your minds. And the same thing kind of happens for comics, I'm not gonna lie. All I can do is hope that they are still good ideas that I made up in my head.
I still think it's funny. Oh, thank you, Goose. You are so nice to me, Goose. Also know that whenever I imagine you as a person, it is a white goose. I think that's it for the skin. And now we have the paint. I imagine myself like the goose from Untitled Goose Game. That is a good goose! And maybe, honestly, the goose I'm thinking of that like automatically is conjured in my head. That might be it, actually. I haven't thought of that game in a while, but like the imagery of that specific goose, like without the line art, is exactly what I was thinking of. So its cultural staying power is incredible. Good night, sorry. Oh, I forgot to pants lines for these. Alright, now the GG lines. The GG lines. I like that because the other side is darker, it kind of looks like this part is just shadowed in the backgrounds. Funny how that works. So this is kind of a tread on topic, but there is a specific, I would say nerdcore is maybe the best genre to describe this artist because they make, you know, not parody songs, but they make fan songs based off of different like indie projects and all that. And they have gone into their own controversy, but I'm going to just like talk about the objective quality of their music is it's ass, it's not good, and this has maybe slight spoilers for the Digital Circus, but okay, I do have ad block, so I'm not giving them revenue, but it's that serious. It's I saw people talking about it. His name is Black Griffin, and he makes fucking
again, like nerdcore songs. And I heard the preview for this one and it sounds so bad. And I just got the intrusive thought to just like listen to it a little bit for us. So this is my first time actually watching the whole thing. I only saw like the little trailer clip, but like this fandom. Where am I? I'm Kinger, and I sound like this. I'm Sean Chiplock.
Something's got control of me that I cannot explain. It's like a billion bumblebees are buzzing in my brain. I think I should be worried, and I really don't know why. But I feel it in my body, and I feel it in my mind. Kind of like I'm edited by the thoughts inside my head, and I really wish
Like, is it just me, or is like, it sounds like a nursery rhyme.
I would think I'm going crazy if I wasn't so insane.
Ooh, turn that off. Ooh.
Wait! Don't turn on the light.
It sounds so bad. Okay, like that's enough. That's enough. I won't subject you to more of it, but it's so bad. I'm sorry. Normally I would not be so overtly negative to what is objectively someone just making a song for fun, but that person is also like a known predator, so I don't feel too bad for talking some shit about them. But whoo-wee, that song reeks. Ooh. It's like people listen to this? Like they listen to it and they think about the lyrics and go, ooh man, that cuts. It's a unibrow. It has to stay as one. Alright, so the main thing I wanted to, hold on, actually. The sparkles. Make sure that's like the classic kind of. Okay, time to sort of revise this specific Ujin, because it's looking a little bit choppy, and we could put a little bit of revision on there. it's specifically this Spain that it's kind of. You know, I remember the stream when I was introduced to the Secret of the Mimic parody song, and I had no context for it, even though now I know that there is a whole kind of like fandom joke about how notorious it is. I saw none of that beforehand, and I just went in, and it was beautiful. And that's the kind of like fan song content that I think makes the world better. To just add some positivity after I was so negative just now. Oh, also the the Undertale walking underground. I don't even know what it's called. It's probably maybe called the Undertale song or some shit. I would not be surprised if that's what it's called. This shit that I love stuff that is clearly made out of like maybe 30 minutes of notes and then like 2 hours of maybe like a Discord live call and then a day's worth of editing. Do y'all use Pinterest? Every now and then. I will say Pinterest is definitely useful for, you know, collages, finding images of, you know, of a nice aesthetic interest. It's very artsy in that way. It's nice. It's definitely nice for just to scroll through, just to have fun images blasted in your brain. I wouldn't say I use it enough that I would, like, be promoting it here or anything. It definitely, has its usages. I like it. And it also was one of the first, you know, big art platforms that actively... What is it? Like, they were, like, anti, like, lolly, like, anti-pedophilia or something? I think that gave it points in my book a little bit. And I don't know what its stance against AI is, and I would hope it's the correct one. But, yeah. Morally, when it comes to the Pinterests, I mean, I can't talk for the individual users because people would be stealing art all the time. But when it comes to, like, the corporation, it doesn't seem too bad. The lack of AI filters, alright, maybe not so much. It is so useful. Yeah, it is. It is. Like, on other platforms, like, the reason why it is Stolen Art Central is that people don't really post art on there as a way for them as artists to get reach. So it's, you know, you'll find art on there, but it's usually people who like to just collect art rather than make it. So that's why so much of the art you see there is from people who are sharing it rather than actually making it. And, you know, like, on one hand, I can sympathize with people who just want to be like, hey, look at this, and I want to put this in my folder. But also, like, I definitely sympathize more with artists who are like, there are people just reposting my art, and in some cases, like, talking shit about it, or just making things up about it. And, which is just, yeah. And because it's on a platform that artists typically don't use, you know, like artists to promote themselves don't use, they don't have a means of, like, defending themselves unless they just make an account. So,
definitely in that case, a little polarizing. But as a utility, just purely, it's pretty nice. A part of me is surprised it's still survived, because I feel like a lot of kind of classic 2010s websites fell to the wayside if they weren't particularly corporatized after a while. I mean, obviously Pinterest has ads and all that, and I mean, I still see literally like mobile ads for Pinterest in the same way you would see them for Facebook or something. So, I guess it's still going strong, which is something. There we go, that's better. That's the Ujin. I've been trying to figure out exactly what kind of art sparks joy for me, and it's honestly kind of tricky. What kind of art? Well, I mean, it can be honestly just as simple as what kind of art that you look like. What kind of art do you look at, and you just feel the compulsion just to save it, just so you can look at it later. And maybe from there you can sort of narrow down what about it gives you that interest. Like, the kind of art that I feel particularly resonates with me sometimes is either art that has so much obvious like effort put into it, and that could be detail oriented as well, that I just look at it like a portrait, like a masterpiece, and as well as art that is so simple but is still able to convey something in its simplicity or its roughness, that I just have to admire the artist's just sheer skill. Alright. Alright, time to color in those speech bubbles. Alright, so now what we do for the background is I've been sort of using this off-white that I used to shade in the... Oh wait, actually, speaking of off, I need to I forgot this part. I've actually looked back at past comics and have noticed little parts that I forgot to, like lines I forgot to color in. And instead of feeling a wave of, oh, how could I have missed that? Stupid. And I'm like, whatever, it's too late. Just a nice side effect of these being so simple is that even when they're mistakes, they're so small that I'm like, it doesn't matter. Also, it's a comic, so the point is the punchline, not the nice little details. So, who cares? You know? But yes, I do the off-whites. The base. It's like, it's a nice, just something to start at. And then, for panels of emphasis, again, still something I'm working on, by the way, figuring out where to add in little background touches and whatnot. Actually, in general, it's good to shade this because I have to add the white backgrounds of the Xboxes. And so I have to make this super dark so I can see. I miss this spot. I will also shine Ujin's hair. That is something I will do, but it's more of a finishing touch, so I will probably do that near the end. Oh, hell yeah. Why does it sound so familiar? Oh, it's Bowser's Inside Story! Let's go! Yes, I was like, something about this is viscerally familiar. And it's, oh my god, it's my series, it's my GOAT series. Okay, that is that. Put back on the kind of 10. And I also noticed that I did this effect for a previous comic, specifically for the sixth one, I actually put in a lighten effect, and it caused it to just kind of homogenize into a nice warmth. And I'm wondering if I should just do it for all of them, if that makes sense. Like alongside all of these like overlay bullshits, just to also have a lighten by 10. It's small, but kinda that makes it feel a little lighter. I mean, yeah, that's literally what it's doing, but alright. And then for the texture for the body, it is 60, 60. And of course, we want to put in that lovely Ujin shine. And for these comics, I'm especially kind of bullshitting how the shine works. It's going friggin' everywhere. It's gonna look alright either way, so it doesn't matter. Right, and then we erase. Oh, is this the slide from classic Mario 64? Oh, it's a remix from Super Mario Galaxy. Aww. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 na 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 na. Mario music is really good at sounding like it's from a carnival. Oh no, you don't have the sick banjo riff? Nah. The sauce is gone. More facts, I think. Is it? Yes, it's this one.
What sucks about being what sometimes sucks is that I'll be making like little like effects things like this is to indicate that Ujin is sitting up, so it's just like a little whoop, but I'm overthinking it because I'm not used to drawing like the little effect lines, so I'm just like Alright. Just looking back at this, I think what specifically... And then I did that. Maybe this one. See, what I try to do with the background colors is when the colors are a little different, as well as the comic frames, it allows for some visual clarity because they're not all uniform. That's why I'm trying to add panels with like slightly different colors and stuff, shapes, and stuff going on. Okay, just looking back on the comic. Yeah, I think having the lighten filter is actually like before that. Yes, it's the character's color, but it is a bit like dark. But with the lighten, it does kind of add a little bit of a I don't know how to describe it, but of a nice sheen to it. I'm kind of like stuck on this dialogue. I'm like, could it be shorter? Did I, I had basically the same. The art of comic making is to every now and then optimize the punchline.
That's nice of you, but I'm okay. That works too. But I think it's a little bit too wordy. I think that's what. I think having the punchline be a similarly kind of absurd response works. Also, I think I'm trying to do what like manga artists do and have like just little things in the background to emphasize like emotional bits or something. Where the fuck did it go? Did I just control out of it? Hold on. Okay, it saved. Holy Christ. Oh my god. I was trying to press control something and it just disappeared. Oh, yeah, map. Yeah, I'll be working on that later. Splatoon! Splatoon! Safi, I have a question for feedback. Am I conveying the idea of Ujin's personality and that their body situation is more so the crux of being a flesh human more than a specific like appearance thing? Like, is that being conveyed? Okay, I hope so, because like that is part of the punchline and I'm trying to like allude to it without making it like them literally spelling it out. So like, hey, thank you. All right, that makes me feel better, thank you. It would be funny if people took the gender stuff, the slight implications from the previous one, and just to see it sort of flipped around and go like, it's not really about gender. No, it's a bit bigger than that. Yeah, I think what's always funny about this idea is that the idea of someone struggling with something and people sympathize and go, oh, like, hey, listen, I'm here for you, but the actual issue they're struggling is like more like primal and messed up than what people think it is. So it's like, oh, this isn't something that we can like deal with just with one, like we have to, oof, this goes a lot deeper. Again, this is like the finishing touch side, where I am just looking at the little things I could do. To
hoping to convey the idea visually as well, in case people do not quite get it. Because, admittedly, if you don't know who Ujin is, it may not hit at first. Dude. Are air horns even like hype anymore? Okay, I think this does the trick of conveying what I am trying to, like, or at the very least hammering home what I'm trying to convey. See, comics may seem simple, but actually being able to convey an idea or even a punchline effectively, it's not easy. Because imagine trying to make a comic and you have a very simple like punchline in mind, and then everyone misinterprets it and you're forced to explain your own joke. Dude, that's like a nightmare scenario, I'm not gonna lie. This is a Pikmin song? What the hell? What happens in that game besides, like, soft colonialism? I guess Pikmin is the bug game when you think about it. Strike or something. I don't know why that felt like bowling. Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. Yeah, I think I'm proud of what gymnastics I've gone through to, I don't know. You gotta do something. Okay.
Maybe the one thing I'll do different is little light. You know what's been an interesting like layer to all this? Thinking of the captions to put in for these comics, because they have to be relatively succinct and, you know, get the point across. And for for a lot of people, it's like the introduction to this whole thing. So it's its own little social media maneuver. So I have to think of one for this. I think this is good. I am satisfied. Okay, so now, though the wise man would probably say, Sangold, probably you should do the thing you did when you were a YouTuber and study the right time to post things so you can optimize the audience engagement by making sure it gets up. Yeah, well, my last comic did good, and I posted it right when I finished it, which was like at midnight. So, yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my back. Oh my back. Okay. Whew. Alright. Also, yeah, that last comic, like, specifically has been getting me a lot of followers. I'm at 536. Holy, I gained like fucking 50 followers from it? People like it. Why do they do that? Sappy, I like your comment. Barbers must be in the trenches if users can do that shit automatically. Okay. Oh my god, my camera! No. I was like, the court maneuvers in a very specific way. It goes like behind my desk, so I have to make sure it goes. Oh yeah, there we go. Hold on. So, if I... So, basically, if you want to know what my desk setup is that, like, you know, everything here is fine, but if I stretch my legs out even a little bit underneath the desk, I risk, like, yanking down all the wires that make everything run. So, yeah.
Why am I looking back on this after I just posted it and realizing that Annie is slightly, like, not thick, so it stands out to me? I love this phase after I make something where I just get super neurotic for no reason. Alright. Well, it's been posted on the Twitter, and then I'll post it on the Tumblr, and then I'll post it on the Blue Sky. Fun. Oh yeah, I should make sure that Discord gets it. Discord, my #1 target audience, by the way. Not to be parasocial, but yeah. By the way, I do plan to make a, because I feel like for comic continuations, 4 is a nice clean number to make a little mini story. So I think it would be nice to continue for 2 more. Especially, there's something about side comics being in a way that because there's no like big overarching story, there's no real stake in having the pacing be a bit drawn out. It's just the more the merrier. So it feels nice is what I'm trying to say. Also, this music is really loud. Has it been loud this whole time? But Jesus. A part of me is like, did I miss drawing any detail? But no, Ujin is just very simple to draw when you get past the the glasses and the everything else. Alright, posting it on the Tumblr. Please be patient with me as I go through the rigmarole. Roma Synth, Eugene Kim, comic, saying art. Oh yeah, whenever I post on Blue Sky, it asks for what is it? Captions? Transcripts? That's what it's called. And because it's mandatory, I just feel compelled to... What the hell? A Spindle Horse animator just followed me on... A Spindle Horse animator just followed me on Blue Sky? Do they know? I mean, alright. Cool. Well, you know me. I am a big supporter of Spindle Horse and Vivian Medrano. I think truly both entities can do no wrong. And if the wrong is done, it's probably because of the haters. You know, Taylor Swift and Vivzy Pop kind of have that in common. They both weaponize the "if you're against me, you're just one of the haters" aspect. They're the Has-Been Company. They're not the Has-Been Company. They're just someone who is an animator who works for them and has a banner that says "Spindle Horse rules," and I'm like, all right, but whatever. But yeah. Okay, I'm just writing the transcript. You know, what's funny about the new punchline is that I don't even remember which bones get better over time. Like, I know if you break a bone, they will regrow, like, generally, but I don't even know if that's a guarantee. So Ujin's last line might just be wrong, but I think it's the fact that I kind of had that brain blip just now, coming up with it, I feel like that this is accurate to what Ujin's mindset would be as well. So it's not a mistake, it's a happy little accident. Alright, it's been posted. You know, it's funny that when I look back on it, my original goal was to have like one per week, and that felt like, whoa, Sang, putting the cart before the horse, don't you think? But now I'm making some in like a day because I'm feeling particularly motivated, and it feels really good. And honestly, what I'm thinking of doing is whenever I'm making a comic that's in a story series, there is a code. The code I'm using for the webcomic format on my website also accounts for comics that have multiple pages. So I think it'd be cool to have those little mini arcs be displayed as, you know, the multiple pages. I think that'd be something. So it's like instead of SC6 and SC7, it's like SC6A and SC6B. I think that'd be something. So like, yes, on social media they're standalone, but on the website itself they're kind of, you know, they're sequential. But yes, that is it for today. Thank you for witnessing the birth and the destruction, I guess. That's how most things work, the alpha and omega of this comic. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for your engagement. I know that's a word I threw around a lot, but seriously, like, even I say all that, but when it comes to the actual support, when it comes to like this stream, even if you're just lurking or you're just listening, that's fine. Do what you want. But I appreciate you either way. Shout out to my friend Safi, who is right there and has the most engagement points with me. Thank you for that. You're number 1 on the leaderboard. You did it. Anyway, let's go to Twitch just in case there's someone we can read. You won! What's that clip from CDI Zelda where it's like, I won! Unfortunately, Ryan is not live, so maybe I can find some art person to raid. Oh! Wait, does this say stream 24/7? Oh, this is a stream. Oh, this is a stream where I think they're posting speed paints, but like not so quick that they're like super fast. But this is a channel where it's like 24/7 in which they're only posting like process videos. That's really interesting. I mean, obviously they're not live, so I'm not gonna, you know, raid them, but you know. Oh my goodness, the lines on this one. They are 18 plus, so I'm just letting y'all know. Okay. But let me see if I can raid them. Bay Shandy. They have a cute little VTuber avatar, but look at the lines are so good. What the hell? They have such a good grasp on form. This is really beautiful. I'm always impressed when people with line art alone are able to convey their skills. But let's us Sang gang raid. Alright, thank you guys for coming. Say hello and give my love to this person. Tomorrow, Ace Attorney. Yay! Goodbye, my little bugs. Goodbye.